Hello. Can you all hear me, and is the audio working? Let me know. Just checking if everything works. It seems like I have made a mistake when it comes to the announcement of the video. I think the announcement was an hour later, but I actually wanted to start an hour earlier than usual. So, hey Leshi, Sculpt to Revive, hello, we hear you, perfect. Alright, I think on Twitch it seems to work as well. Alright, how is everybody? A few people already joined. Just go through all the tabs here just to see if everything is set up properly, and we see, perfect. Alright, yeah, welcome everybody. As you can see, I have my anatomy study open again, and today I want to go through more of a technical process. I want to combine a few objects together and create the low poly versions, the UVs, and then reproject everything so I can do the baking of the displacement maps and diffuse maps as well, which I can then bring into Maya or Blender to render it in a proper way. So it's a bit of a repetitive process again because of so many different objects, but yeah, it's part of the process of getting a rendered image of your models. So I thought, let's go through that as well. And it might be more of a slow process today, but yeah, if you have any questions along the way or any topics that you want to talk about, just leave it in the chat. And it's more of a discussion, collaboration, just hanging out, and yeah, see how far I can get today. I want to go through the rest of the skeleton to merge that together in a few parts, mainly the spine, rib cage, and then the appendages like the arms and legs. And then I want to have just a few objects that I have to send over to Maya or Blender. And if I get that far, then I will probably do the same with the muscles of the face as well. And maybe we can get to a test render in Maya, which would be really cool. So yeah, and just as a general overview of the whole project, it started a few months ago. Everything that you can see here is done on stream. And it's an entire echorche model of a female adult. And right now I'm in the process of cleaning everything up. It's all detailed, as you can see here. And now I want to be able to make that presentable. So this is why I still have to do a bit of cleanup when it comes to the low poly models and the UVs and all of that. So yeah, but we've come very far already, I think, and this is just the last few steps to bring it to an end, the entire project. So all right, and if anyone is interested in the entire process, I saved all the live streams for my Patreon page. I have a playlist with a bunch of projects that are in there. It's a lot of tips and tricks here and there. And most of all, it covers the entire process of how I gather all the references that I need, how I approach that, and all of this stuff, everything that is necessary for a project like this. And Sculpt to Revive, before you start, can you give me the soundtrack? The soundtrack is done by Prisoner. I will quickly write it in the chat. And I think you can find him if you search for guitar lo-fi. So Prisoner, guitar lo-fi. And he's a really cool artist. I really enjoy his music, and he was so kind to let me use it for my videos and my work in general. So check him out if you're interested in him. And yeah, so yeah, coming back to the entire process, everything is recorded and available through a Patreon, and also we do have a Discord channel where we're sharing our tips and tricks and our work in progress stuff. So we give each other feedback there, which yes, is growing more and more. So if someone is interested in that, you can check out the links in the description. So yeah, without further ado, I would say I just start with the work here. So Sculptor F, you're very welcome. So let me check. I just want to have the skeleton in place, and what I want to do is to hide the head, because I created a new folder here with the combined meshes, and what I did off stream was to combine the head. So the skull is just one object now and does have UVs. So if I go here to texture map, you can see it already has a UV in there, and I baked down the polypaint to a texture just to see if everything worked, and it does. So these are the polygroups, and it has a few subdivisions already with around 6 million points, and I deleted all the other parts that were individual, so now I have a combined mesh. But I want to combine a few more things. I wrote down a small list of mine. So I want to combine the spine, ribs and the sacrum into one object, so I can combine the legs and arms into another object as well. And then I have 3 in total. So the head, the spine and the appendages. And I think that is still fairly manageable, and for me it's easier to send things back and forth and don't have, like, I don't know, 20 different maps for the individual objects in the end. So let me go through everything here. I think I will merge the hyoid bone with the spine as well. So let's go to Atlas axis. This all looks good. The scapula, clavicle, humerus, all of that I want to hide. Hey Michael, good morning to you. I started a bit earlier today. I think I messed up the announcement or the planning of the video. It's still set 6 p.m. local time for me. But yeah, I think now I'm live, so it should still work. Alright, so toes, let's hide all of that. Michael, really cool work with your texturing, by the way. I think it's coming along really nice. So let's see, I want to use the low subdivisions here on these models before I combine them, so it's not so heavy on my machine. So going low here, this one, a few don't have subdivision levels, so let's see, I think that should work. Sternum, this can be reduced. Alright. Hey Stevens, thanks for stopping by. How is everybody? I hope you all have a good day or morning. So now that everything is here in place, I will merge visible, and I have 2.6 million here, and the topology is crap. So now it comes to the steps that will probably consume a little bit of time. So zero measure, let's go to zero measure. I want to have access to more of the options. So target polygon 5000, I think that's okay. Adaptive size I want to reduce so it's more evenly distributed with the polygons. And I think let's hit zero mesh and see what comes out of it. Substance has been a lot of fun. Hope to call the texturing done by end of the week. That's awesome. Are you going to put the orc in a pose? Just to give it more of a story to him? Or will you do a rendering just in the pose that you have right now? Because yeah, I think it deserves a cool looking pose. I'm glad to hear that it's been a fun process so far. Alright, that didn't work as good as I planned. A lot of details has been lost, so adaptive size a bit higher and the poly count as well. So I will do like maybe 16. Let's see. Hey Nini, glad you made it again. I'm at PC because for life I can't go and chat anymore with my phone. I stopped using YouTube app and go direct to Firefox. No more ads. Ah. Yeah, glad you made it anyways, despite the hiccups on your phone. Render time, close. Today is probably more about the preparation for rendering, and hopefully I can start with the render setup as well, so the lighting and the shaders in Arnold. I think I will do it in Arnold because of the shading issues that I had in Blender. Unfortunately, I really would have liked to do that in Blender, but yeah, the artifacts that I got there, it's not working yet, unfortunately. Alright, there are a few strange artifacts here, but we can clean that up later. But it seems like it's kind of missing a few things here. Maybe I should get rid of those things before. So what I'm gonna do is just hide all the big stuff, and hopefully it just leaves me with the artifacts that I don't want to have. I will do a traditional render, so with the ray tracer, and I'm gonna use, I think I'm gonna use Arnold for that in Maya. And you could use cycles in Blender, but I stumbled upon a few artifacts and this is why I'm going for Maya this time. But it translates fairly well to other programs. So the setup that I'm doing or that I will probably do in Maya will be probably one-to-one translatable into Blender. So the renders nowadays, they are so close to each other that the principles are the same everywhere, especially with the PBR workflow. So, alright, let's try that again. A bit more polygons and a bit higher adaptive size. And let's see how far we get there. Come on. This is where a good CPU comes into play. Because these processes are very CPU dependent. How you fast hide bones? Let me show you. So when I do have polygroups, as you can see when I turn on the polygroups here, I can hold down Control and Shift and just click on the polygroup that I want to have. And if I want to hide certain polygroups, I click on it and click on it again, and then I'm in the mode of hiding everything that I click next. So Control and Shift, if you hold down both, then you get that. Alright, I think this looks decent enough. Just checking if there are any weird artifacts. But it seems as if it's proper. Michael, that's my plan. Before that I want to model some sort of beaten up axe to attach to his back. I feel like it will add a lot to him than basic blows. That's awesome, man. I think this will do him justice. Remeasure all or first decimation mass and remeasure after. I just went straight into the remeasure. I made sure to combine all of the objects while they were in their low subdivision. In this way the poly count wasn't too high. So, but now just go through. There are no holes or anything, sections of the meshes that might get corrupted. Just to be sure that the projection later will work. But everything seems to be preserved. I love zero measure. It's quite a lifesaver. Alright. This bone here got messed up, but I can just delete it and do an extra zero mesh for that. So I can go back to this one here and insert that bone and do a zero mesh just on this one. Bit lower. So half, zero measure, and again, and I think that's fine. Let's do one without the adaptive, and this is good. So now I can merge these two down. And voila. I'm asking many questions, sorry, I'm curious. I hope you kept HD of all for making a normal map bacon render. Yes, actually, I do have a separate tool for that. So in this tool I have all my high-res models, and what I did prior to that was to just make the meshes visible that I wanted to combine, and then I clicked on merge visible, and this created a new tool for me, which is a duplicate. It doesn't replace the meshes that I had before that, it just creates a new one, and this way I can make adjustments on this model and then bring it back into the other tool here and reproject everything. And this is what I'm going to do after I do the UVs. So for the UVs, let's go and use the UV master and unwrap it. And yeah, as I said earlier, it's a lot of projection and UVs today, so a lot of time will be spent just by waiting for Zbrush to finish all the calculations. So hopefully it's not too boring, but it gives time to talk more about questions and answering and chatting. So if anyone has questions that they always wanted to ask, this is the right time today. And Zbrush does this quite a lot, where it seems like it's broken or frozen, but then it catches itself most of the time. Sometimes it just crashes as well, but hopefully today it will be stable. Vegeta, hey, thanks for being here. There we go. So now it's, especially with all the vertebrae, it will probably take a while to unwrap all of this, because it's quite complex and we'll have to create a few islands. But it seems to be quite fast right now. Stevens, don't put me in an embarrassing position. I heard that, who was it? Ian McKee, I think. He's a concept artist. He designed, for example, Darth Maul in Star Wars. And he's doing a lot of push-ups in when he's waiting for something. So, but I'm not gonna do that today. I don't have the setup and excuse over excuse. But oh, quite a few cuts. So I'm not quite sure if there's a mesh that is kind of messed up, or because sometimes if there are artifacts like clumped up piece of geometry that consists of, I don't know how many manifold edges and faces, then it can happen that it creates hundreds if not thousands of UV islands. So hopefully it's not something like that right now. But it definitely takes a little bit of time. So maybe there's still one of those things that I deleted earlier. Maybe there's still something left like that. Yeah, maybe. I mean, if the people make that into a habit of, I don't know, using the render times for doing sport, I think a lot of people would be really bulky. I think at a certain point they will probably develop an imbalance in their posture if they only do push-ups all the time. But if you manage to get a proper workout in place, then I don't know, could become quite a lot of fun, or a lot of pain, probably a lot of pain. Huh. I think there's still something quite bad here, so I'm gonna use an auto group just to hide all the connected meshes, just to see if there are small ones somewhere. Hopefully I find something, because it just kept on going and going. But it seems that this everything's connected. Let's do it one by one. So split hidden. So I'm gonna dissect all the different parts here. And split hidden. And maybe we can narrow it down this way. So unwrap. Yeah, maybe this is why so many people now push to go into real-time rendering. Someone on YouTube contacted me for create a game, but I'm not a pro their team or looking for 3D artists. Do you agree me to speak about you with them? I have no idea if they're serious. So. Yeah, it sometimes really depends if it's an actual project or I don't know, like these open source projects. These are sometimes a bit tricky, I find, because it's all based on favors and I mean, if people want to do that, that's totally fine, but especially if you're just starting out, it could be a lot of fun, but these projects tend to be very unorganized and too ambitious and can be quite a frustrating experience sometimes as well. Because starting a project is fairly easy, but getting it to a finished product is quite hard. So it takes a lot to push through that. And if it's just a loose collaboration, then that's most of the time not working out. So yeah, you will be paid with fame and visibility. Yeah, this is a tricky thing. I mean, if you know these people personally and you want to create a project together, that's totally fine. But if it's random people asking you if you want to collaborate, then that's a bit more tricky, I would say. I don't say don't do it, but be very cautious how reliable they seem and how serious they seem to be when it comes to that project. Because there are projects that are open sourced, I don't know, collaborated with other artists from around the world, but it's very rare. So no, didn't know them in real life. Yeah, maybe that's, I would say the time is better spent doing personal projects than instead of I don't know, maybe putting a lot of time into a project that never gets finished and that, I don't know, maybe you don't even get credit for in the end, or people do other stuff with your work. And I would say just spend your time on doing your own stuff rather than on someone else's that might be dubious. So sculpt to revive. Just hit outside of your mesh somewhere on the canvas. Just click on an empty space in your canvas, holding down Control and Shift, and this will bring back everything. So, and what you can also do is you can invert your visibility by not clicking on the outside of the mesh onto the canvas, but dragging a rectangle in an empty space, and this will invert your selection. Working for nothing at the end. Yeah, that could happen. Stevens, +1 for personal project, then random no-name people contacting you for Phantom project. Yeah. Oh boy, what's going on there? There seems to be one object in there that is causing these problems. And I'm not quite sure if this is now 30,000. cutting angle. Let's let it run for a few seconds more. There seems to be one vertebra that is messing everything up. It's number 7, polygroup number 7 of 27. I thought about preparing everything before the stream, but it's part of the process. It seems like it's cutting every edge now. For faster remesh, I always use Decimation Master 200k item 270k, and after I use remesher. That helps sometimes, yeah, that's true. Right now for the unwrapping, I do have the low poly now, and I'm just doing the unwrapping now. But I think I aborted again. There's something going on that's a bit fishy. Let's split it into 2 parts here, just to see what causes it. So, Z-plugin and unwrap. Let's see, it's 1 of 14. And there we go. This starts the... So it's a bit of troubleshooting right now. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So split hidden. Yeah. It's definitely more simplified now. All right, let's do the same thing here again. All right, so this seems to work. Then there has to be an error here somewhere. Let's see. Unwrap. Yeah. I just try to narrow it down right now. So unwrap this one. This worked, so it has to be one of these 3. Let's see, Z-plugin, unwrap, just to see if, yep, this one was, and group split, split that all here. Let's see, is it this one? Alright, this seems to be the broken vertebra. Yeah, it seems to be this area here that is probably causing all the problems. So what I'm going to do here is to do another zero mesh. And there we go. Now it should be separated. Finally. Hey Santiago, glad you made it. Alright. This is on both sides, so what I can do is auto group. Just click on the mesh that I want to preserve and delete hidden. So now it should unwrap properly. Perfect. And I can merge down all these things again. So merge down, merge down, merge down. I want to have that all as a single group or a single object, and this way it will unwrap everything on one tile. So Lillian, thanks for being here. I hope it's Lillian. Lillian? Not quite sure. I use Zbrush, very short time, you learn practical tips. Thanks. You're very welcome. So, and if you have more questions, just let me know. Let's see, hopefully it will do the cutting properly now. Nini, what key are you pushing to have the auto group menu? I use the right menu every time. I created my own custom menu. I can show you once Zbrush is coming back from being broken right now. Yeah, over time or for the first 10 years, probably 9 years, I used the default menus and all the default shortcuts, which weren't that many that I used. So yeah, I created a custom one just recently, and it accelerated my workflow so much. It's really powerful. So if you have the or a basic understanding and your basic workflows in place, investing a little bit of time into creating your own custom stuff, I think it's worth it. Excuse me. Schwan? Hey pro. Hey, thanks for being here. What is the best life advice you can give me? I'm 17 years old. Well, that's tough. Best life advice. Be as honest as you can, without thinking too much about the results. Just see what comes out of it if you speak your truth, and handle the consequences. If it turns out that you're wrong in something, then it's good that you spoke it out loud, and then you can correct yourself. But yeah, being honest to yourself is a skill, I would say, and it plays a lot into everything in life. And just to bring it back to art, being honest to yourself what you want to do, not what you like to consume, but what you like to do. That's a thing that you have to figure out, and I think the best way to do that is being true to yourself and honest, and see where it gets you. So, as a quick advice. It seems like there's another another mesh that is messed up. Oh, come on. Let's see here. Split hidden. Unwrap. Tier? Hey man, just wanted to say I'm still in love with the Autumn Girl sculpt. That video pushed me more and more into sculpting. Oh, that's awesome to hear. Thanks for letting me know. Sphere loading. Yeah, it's loading quite a lot. It's a bit annoying because I thought I found the messed up mesh, but it seems like there's more. There's always more. So let's see. Unwrap. Henry Topo, yeah, not gonna happen. Alright, it seems like here is one somewhere. Let's see if I can find it by eye. Let's do a zero measure half, just to see if we can get rid of that. There we go, I think I found it. Or, no, god damn it. Let's see, what if I do the optimize points, merge tries, close holes, all of that. Let's do the unrip again, just to see. Santiago, what is the best 3D studying advice you can give me? I'm 19 years old. Best advice for that. Don't worry too much what other people are sculpting or doing in 3D, and learn or do the projects that you like to do, and break down everything that you don't understand during the process, and try to be as precise in your analysis of where you have to improve in order to get to the next step. For example, if you're sculpting a human body or a character and you struggle to find the proportions of the face, then write that down and try to do studies to tackle these things. If you, for example, if you feel like your hand doesn't look right, isn't looking right, then try to figure out what's wrong with that, and then do studies to solve these problems, and try to be as precise with your questions as possible. And I think this is a skill to determine what works and where to improve and how to improve it. And I would say, do that, and don't worry too much about perfection in the beginning. Worry more about mileage, how much you do and how many models and stuff like that. Try to push the quality every time that you do something, but don't lose a lot of time when it comes to putting in details and stuff like that that don't really matter. The most important things to learn are the primary and secondary forms, and all the details in alpha maps and all of that. That is icing on the cake, but it's not the main ingredient or the main part why a model looks good. It's the primary and secondary shapes. And I would say focus on a process where you get projects done, models done, studies done, and try to be efficient in that as possible. And the results don't matter in the beginning, because especially when you start out, your second sculpt will look much better than your first one, and your 10th sculpt will look much better than your second one. And your progression will be so quick that it doesn't make sense to, spend a month on just one project when you started out. So thank you. Just wanted to read quickly through the chat. Still something's messed up here, which is kind of annoying. Always, yes, maybe with the dynamic subdivision I can see a bit of pinching somewhere. bit annoying. You're very welcome, Santiago. Best to sculpt every day. Yeah, if you found something that you actually enjoy doing. If you don't enjoy the process and you think you are forced to do it every day, then it might be better to step back a little bit and reevaluate what you actually want to do and where you want to improve in. Because sometimes I went sometimes in directions that I didn't like, and then it would have been, I don't know, counterproductive if I would have continued going there. So there's Nubili. Hey, thanks for being here. I'm currently trying to figure out what's wrong with this mesh, because the UV master is doing something weird all the time, so I'm not quite sure what the issue is. Let's split it again and see what the problem is. So, split hidden, and I think it's somewhere here. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Split hidden. Let's try to unwrap this one, and this has the error. Not quite sure where. So there must be something broken here, but I can't seem to find it. Too many items at once. Yeah, could be that there's something happened there. Let's see, auto groups. No, it's one mesh, but close holes, optimize points, merge tries, just to see if this did something. Nope. Alright, then go to zero measure, same, adaptive, something like this. Let's see if that worked. Yep. Let's try to do the same with others, just to see if this worked as well. Maria, do you think Blender is a good place to start for a beginner in sculpting? I would say yes, because it has all the functionalities that Zbrush has as well, like the basic functionalities. Zbrush has a lot of tools that streamline the entire process, but when it comes to what you can do, Blender offers almost everything, but it doesn't offer detail. It doesn't offer a high poly count, so you can't get like, I don't know, 46 million points, which is probably around, I don't know, 150 million polygons in Blender. There's no way. But what you can teach yourself there are the fundamentals. It's anatomy. You can do studies like these with the level of detail that you can see here, but not with the detail level that you can see here, for example. But as I said earlier, the details are the icing on the cake. It's not the foundation. And when it comes to sculpting, I would say, especially because it's free, this is like the biggest part, is that it's so accessible, and it gives you everything that you need to know. It's like a pencil. You have a pencil and a piece of paper. Might be a cheap piece of paper and a cheap pencil, I don't know, stolen from IKEA or something like that. But you can still do all the exercises to get a good start in sculpting. And you don't need ZBrush for that. Too many subtool at one orange or poly. Yeah, maybe the polygroup or the polygon could have solved that as well, but Tron and ZBrush use RAM or a card. It does use a lot of RAM, so the higher your poly count, the higher your RAM should be, and a lot of CPU. It's not so much on the graphics card, so you don't have to, I don't know, get a Titan or an RTX 3090 or something like that. A decent graphics card is everything that you need to know, need to have for ZBrush. ZBrush is CPU and RAM. So let's try this one here as well. Come on. Because what I can do next is to combine everything together and then use the existing seams, and then it shouldn't run into these problems. And it seems to be working. Come on. Perfect. All right, now I can go back in and merge everything together. Merge down, all right. And let's use existing seams and unwrap. Let's see if we flatten everything. God damn it, okay, something's broken again. Oh boy, I thought it would be more straightforward, but it seems like today will be a lot of troubleshooting, and maybe we can get through this part, hopefully. Hopefully through more as well. Amit, have you ever tried to make yourself in ZBrush? Yes, I did in the past, because of all the, I don't know, self-portraits that all the painters and concept artists did. And it's a convenient thing to do because it's the best reference that you can get, because you can just look in the mirror and you have every angle that you need. So once I tried to make myself in ZBrush, but not even 1% looks like me. Just he was a man like me. That's the similarity. I mean, portraits are hard, and I think some people do like portraits of their family, which is a little bit tricky, especially if you're just starting out, because it, I don't know, some people might get offended. I don't know. But this is where you have an advantage when you do a self-portrait. You're your own judge. The only one that you can offend is yourself, and you can do it over and over again. And this will teach you everything that you need to know about portraiture. And the rest is just different kinds of characters. But if you manage to get a decent portraiture of yourself, then you can do it for others as well. And so I think this is why a lot of people do self-portraits. Especially when it comes to painting in 2D. Not so much about in 3D, I think, but still. It's a good exercise. Alright, this seems messed up. God damn it. Alright, there's one mesh that is broken. Maybe I have to isolate that again. How do I do that best? Let's go into surface, noise, and use the noise plug. Checkerboard. Let's see, noise scale. Camouflage. I'm just looking for some kind of a texture that I can see. Stripes maybe. Why isn't it changing? Huh. Yeah, I like to use other softwares for UVs as well, but not in this case with so many different objects, like a lot of holes here and there. So I mean, that's quite a lot of time if you manage to focus that on efficient studies, then you will progress really quickly. All right, I just make it extreme here so I can see where it's messed up, hopefully. So the sacrum is messed up. There should be a vertebra here somewhere where it's messed up as well. Not quite sure if I find it this way. Maybe this is the sacrum. It's a green polygroup. Let's see if it's here as well. Yeah, so probably this is the messed up thing here. So what I can do here is I can mask out this area. And make it into a polygroup. And this way I have, yeah, a group from which I can create the new islands for the UVs. So Z plugin, use polygroups and unwrap it again. So Sonny, what is this for? This vid randomly popped up in my recommendation. Hey, yeah, glad you made it to my stream. This is an anatomy study that I started a few months ago on stream, so I recorded the entire process, and right now I'm preparing the model for rendering. So I'm doing a low poly model and the UVs on which I can then bake all the maps that I need. and bring it into Maya or Blender to do the proper rendering. And it's a model for study. It's something just to practice anatomy on. And it's the third time that I'm doing a study like this. And yeah, I wanted to push it a bit further this time and share the whole process. So this is what you're seeing at the moment. Sculpt to revive. I want to become a 3D character artist. Should I buy better CPU and a lot of RAM? Instead, powerful GPU. Is 32 gig RAM enough for start? 32 gigs should be fine. And don't worry too much about the GPU when you're doing modeling. GPU is more important if you're going into rendering, and especially GPU-based rendering, obviously. But a strong CPU is, I think, the most important thing. Then at least 16 to 24 gigs of RAM. 32 is good already. And then the rest is not that important. But yeah, it depends on what you want to do after that. So, Stevens, it's cool for people to see this. It's also part of the job, investigating to solve issues and struggling around a lot. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's sometimes not shown. I mean, it's the easiest to just cut away or edit out of the process. But yeah, I thought, like you said, it's part of the process. And I think especially in these scenarios, it's where problem-solving skills are fundamental, because if you don't get over that step of solving the issue, then you're stuck. So, Minaka, bist du Deutsch? Ja, das bin ich. Sieht so aus, als ob du es auch wärst. Karen, remembering muscle names while learning anatomy as an artist, is it really that important, or can I give them names which I am comfortable with? You can, I mean, if you don't have to learn the Latin names or the medical terms or things like that. Learning the proper names, though, makes it easier to communicate with other people, especially if you're troubleshooting or looking for, I don't know, references or something like that. Being able to look up the specific names on the internet is really important or really helpful, but you don't need to learn every muscle. It's a passion of mine. I really like to learn anatomy. It's, I don't know, super interesting for me. But there are a lot of artists out there that do figurative work that don't know all the bones, not all the muscles, not all, I don't know, not all the medical terms and stuff like that. So I would say whatever helps you to get to the next step. And this looks like it worked better, doesn't it? Let's see, there should be, this is probably the sacrum. So I'm not quite sure what happened with all the holes, but it seems it did quite an okay job. Nothing that is like overlapping or too messed up. So that should be fine. Dui, so great. Thanks a lot. Minaka, hast du das Mesh gemacht? Wenn ja, ist es echt gut geworden. Danke, danke. Ja, das habe ich. Das war der Prozess, den ich, also der gesamte Prozess hier habe ich gestreamt. Und jetzt versuche ich halt gerade so das Low-Poly-Modell zu machen, wo ich dann ja, das weiter verarbeiten kann. Sorry, I just switched to German for a second. So quite a lot of stuff here. Arm muscles, torso, leg muscles, and everything on a detail level similar to this one here that you can see. Now let's go back to this one. Now everything should be in place, so I can make all the stuff visible that I want to have here. So feet. Just hiding everything that I don't have included in the low poly model. So all of that should be the stuff that I remeshed. So I can go in here and insert the low poly model. And it has UVs now, so we're good to go. What's the software? It's called Zbrush. It's made by the company Pixelogic, and it's purely focused on sculpting and doing high resolution models. Volley, hello from Russia. I'm just starting to create three-dimensional characters and you helped me a lot to learn anatomy. Thanks a lot. Glad I could help. So now that I have this one in the same scene as my other one, I can start with the projection. So what I'm gonna do is go one subdivision level higher and start with project. And I want to project the polypaint data as well, so I will do always yes. And what will most likely happen is that I get a lot of projection errors, as you can see. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do is I will give everything a slight inflate. Hopefully it will solve a few of these issues. What I'm also gonna do is go into the morph target and store morph target. And this way I can erase the changes made by the projection. So let's project all the details. And I think it's did a better job this time, but you can see there are a few errors here. And then I can go into that with the morph brush and bring that back, just so I have a cleaner base to do the next projection. I'm going in steps here. So one subdivision level after the other. So maybe let's see here. I think I have to just go to the next subdivision level, and what I probably have to do as well is to hide certain meshes to project them individually. John Quest, what is up, Fynn? I was talking about you yesterday in Twitch stream. Spider McLeroy, aka Shotgun Scream, was talking about anatomy and sculpting. In short, I plugged you as a great sculptor. Thanks a lot, John. Really appreciate it. Hey, Slay. How are you? I'm doing fine. Hope you're doing fine as well. Alright, so let's go one subdivision level higher, and I will store a new morph target. And let's project everything again. Christian, what's the program? It's called Zbrush. It's a program entirely focused on sculpting, modeling, doing high resolution models with crazy amounts of detail and stuff like that. So as you can see, here are a few projection errors as well. but with the morph brush I can erase that fairly quickly. Guillermo just subscribed. Thanks for the sub. And thanks for all the new subscribers. I think I forgot to mention that. So, just going around the model to see if there are any artifacts or things like this here, where I'm forced to clean that up. Dedrick, thanks for being here. Stevens, I use Sculpt 2 when I use Zbrush, Substance Blender, iClone. Alright, let's move on. And yeah, as always, if you just joined or new here, if you have any questions, just let me know. And if you have random things that you want to talk about unrelated to what I'm doing here at the moment, just leave it in the chat. And yeah. Doesn't look too bad now. Because I I thought it was a clean projection, but I looked at the old model. But most of it is looking good here as well. Alright, let's do one operation that will hopefully give a good base as well. That is the relax. And this will just smooth out the topology, because the projection sometimes stretches the topology in weird ways. You can see that it smoothed the things out a little bit, and hopefully enough for the next step. Alright, there are a few things messed up here and there. Just trying to go through the mesh here and clean it up, so the next pass of projection will hopefully turn out a bit smoother again. ProKiller, I'm planning to get a Wacom into his medium. Do you think that is the best starting tablet for sculpting, digital painting and drawing? It's definitely the professional version of the graphics tablets. If you're just starting out, maybe you can look into companies like Huon. I just quickly write it in the chat. Any Wacom is the best. Yeah, Wacom is like the leader in the graphics tablet industry, but they're more on the expensive side as well. So, for example, the Wacom Intuos Pro, probably medium, cost the same as my Huon Canvas 13, and it's a pen display tablet. But they have cheaper pure tablets, just graphics tablets. And my experience so far with Huon, I do have Wacom and Huon, is that Huon is still really good as well. So I would say whatever is in your budget, you don't have to start with the most expensive option. I started out with the Wacom Bamboo, which cost like, I don't know, I think it cost 90 euros, 80 euros back then. And I used it for 7 years. So even the cheap ones are very, or the smaller ones from Wacom are fairly good. But there are alternatives out there where you don't have to spend that much money. Yeah, they're like the apple of the tablet. Thanks, Sergio. I'm currently trying to get the projections in place. As you can see there's quite a lot of stuff going on. A lot of cleanup involved. Not the best topology, but better than doing it by hand. Let's see here, smoothing that out. A lot of checking and just fixing issues at the moment here. Oop. What I'm looking for at the moment is just stretching of the topology and trying to smooth out any of these things. So you can see here the topology is quite stretched. You just want to smooth that out and put it in place in a better looking way. Carlos Bazzi, I have my Bamboo for 9 years and it still works just fine. Yeah, I just switched from my Bamboo because I got a second monitor and I had the small size and I wanted to get a bigger graphics tablet, and this is where I bought my Intuos Pro Medium, I think. Yeah, Intuos Pro Medium. Otherwise, the Bamboo, the small one, worked totally fine. It still went strong. Just going through all the different vertebrae right now. Hopefully I just have to do that once and then the projections will be better. But so far in general it's fairly clean. So, seems to be good here as well. Not too much distortion. And here these look fine as well. Wellington just subscribed. Thanks a lot. Yeah, bamboo is an older generation. I think I bought mine, like I said, 9 or 10, I think 10 years ago now. So I'm not quite sure if they still have a series going on. But yeah, other alternatives are Xpen and Huon, but yeah, I haven't tried out other tablets other than Huon and Wacom. But they're both really good. So Trent just subscribed. Thanks a lot. There seem to be a lot of new people here. So thanks everybody that joined, and for anyone that thumbed up the video. Maybe maybe I got lucky today with the algorithm. So Goya Films just subscribed. Thanks a lot. Pro Killer. The problem that I heard with a brand like Huon, that people are facing problems with the driver and the tablet quality in general. I've heard that it breaks quicker than a brand like Wacom. That can be true. The Wacom tablets are known for lasting very long. So, and the drivers from Huon, they do have their hiccups, but when it comes to the budget, not a lot of people can afford like a 400 euro or dollar graphics tablet when they start out with the hobby or with the pursuit of becoming a serious 3D artist. And this is where I like to recommend cheaper alternatives, just to see if it is actually something that people want to do. And once they got everything, like they pushed the limits of the hardware and got a good grasp of liking the hobby, or that they want to pursue it in a more serious way, then it's justified to invest more. But before investing so much, I would say try it out, do the cheap alternatives, and then build on top of that. Because yeah, like I said, I started out the first 7 years of doing 3D with a tablet that cost 80 euros, and the alternatives now are probably better than the tablet that I had back then. So yeah. All right. Thanks Scott to Revive for the sub, by the way. Okay, let's see. Hopefully we can get another clean. Let's go one subdivision level higher and do the projection. This one will take a little bit because I have now 14 million polygons on this, or points on this one. Someone just subscribed. Sorry that I can't read your name, but I appreciate the subscription. Alright. Okay. It does another pass of projecting the details. Hopefully not too much to clean up, but a little bit will probably be necessary. Twinkleik is now following. Thanks for the follow. More people on Twitch, yeah. Yeah, when I started out I was considering just streaming on Twitch, but yeah, it seems that there are quite a lot of people on YouTube joining as well, so thanks for stopping by. And for anyone that is new right now, and for anyone that is watching all the time, I'm repeating myself quite often, but for anyone that's new, I'm working on an anatomy study, which is supposed to become a new portfolio piece of mine. It started out as a study, and just to learn anatomy again and brush up my knowledge of that. But now it's developed into a proper piece, and I want to replace the old study that I did. It's, I think, 4 years ago now that I did the last study like this, and I wanted to share the entire process. So the study started out on stream, and I will finish it on stream as well. So if you're interested in the entire process, I made all the recordings available through my Patreon page, and I do have other projects there as well that I streamed. So yeah, I cover a lot when it comes to ZBrush, all the basics, all the tips and tricks, and yeah, I think it's now over 20 streams just on this study, and I have more projects there as well for 3D printing and characters and, I don't know, rendering, texturing, everything is included there. So if you're interested in that, you can check out the links in the description, just as a shameless plug today. Hope you don't mind. And I do have a Discord channel if anyone is interested in that. A few people in the chat are in the Discord channel there as well. It's through my Patreon as well. And we're sharing our stuff that we're working on a bit more behind the scenes, and I give feedback as well as others. And it's a small community that is always happy for new people to join. So if you're looking for, I don't know, a place to share what you're doing and to get into a conversation with other people, then maybe that's interesting for you as well. Matuzuzu is now following. Thanks for the follow. Pulse, does this model include skin? Nope, not this one. I wanted to just focus on the underlying things of what affects the surface. So I started with the skeleton and then put all the muscles on top. And I added I wanted to add more fat pads as well for the face, but yeah, the study is going on for quite a while now, and I just want to get it presentable. So my motto is more like better finished than perfect, and it's already better than my last model. So god damn it, I should have saved a new morph target. Let's see. Okay. God damn it. Okay, I have to do the projection again. Let's see. Yeah, because I have to be able to erase all the artifacts here. So let's undo all of that. Maybe we can avoid the messed up thing here by pushing it more into place. So it's closer to the final mesh. All right, and let's go to morph target, delete and store a new one, and then do all the projection again. Interest medium is like $200. Yeah, there are differences with the Pro and the normal version. Sculpt to revive Discord server is a good idea. Yeah, it's really cool to see what all the people in the Discord server are working on. So it's quite cool to have more people that are doing the same thing and just motivating each other. So for any patron that is currently in the chat, thanks a lot. you know already that I appreciate your support, but it's really cool to see like people sharing their stories and their work. And we do have a pet channel, so if you have a pet, we are sharing our photos of cats and dogs and snakes and all kinds of animals there, which is kind of fun. So. There is a time when you can buy into a Intelligence inside box in the Zbrush core license. Yeah, sometimes there are bundles that you can get. Yeah, but look for alternatives as well, like XP Pen, I think is a good one. Huon, there are a few tablets out there. Wacom isn't the only viable option nowadays. They're really good alternatives. All right. I thought I would be able to go through the entire model, like, I don't know, in an hour or so. But it's hopefully I can get through the skeleton today and not only this model. Michael Fynn, what's planned after this? Sorry, I had to step away for a bit if this was already discussed. It wasn't discussed, so, and don't worry, I like to answer everything even if I have to repeat things. Not quite sure. Maybe I will stream traditional stuff, like I want to do a bit of drawing exercises as well. I do have a project right now where I'm doing a realistic portraiture with the figure in addition, and maybe I will stream a little bit of that, but I haven't decided yet. So another thing that I'm thinking about is, which will probably come later, but a stream where I will have a poll in the beginning where all of you can vote on what kind of character I should do next. And it's more aimed at doing a miniature for D&D or tabletop games, and then we can create characters together, so more in a collaboration. And it would be cool to have like a poll, a questionnaire where people can fill in like what kind of race, what kind of class, what kind of accessories and stuff like that, and backgrounds. And then I would go from drawing a concept through sculpting it and then preparing it for printing, and then on the following streams I could present the printed out miniature, something like that. But or going from a concept, like, I don't know, a cool concept that I found online of a stylized character, and doing the pipeline of a model from start to finish. But I haven't decided yet, so this will... Maybe I have more mental capacity to decide on that once I progressed further with the anatomy study. So. Can you so email, please? Can you say email, please? Email gamer? Email? Is it pronounced that? Thanks for being here. Do you want to save that as your ringtone? Or so, Zbrush sculpting late as usual. I'll have to watch it tomorrow. No worries. I will still stream for a little bit. Yeah, I want to make more progress than where I am right now. I it's been slower than I expected. So, Iron Bass, hello from Turkey. Hello. Greetings from Germany to you. So let's see, hopefully it's finished soon with the projection. Obviously there had to be an autosave. Let's see. Ah, god damn it. I had to forget turning on the highest subdivision levels on the high-res models, of course, so god damn it. So again, going through here. Sorry everybody, I messed it up. I forgot to subdividing to. I forgot to put the high-res models on their subdivision level, so I have to do another projection. But it seems like the projection went fine, so this time it shouldn't be too messed up. Hey Anio, let's get up. Giovanni, hello from Brazil. Hello. Where can I follow you? If you type in, I think it was links. I do have a few commands set up that you can write in the chat. So hopefully the chatbot is working. Maybe it's not working. Let's wait for a moment. Giovanni, hello from Brazil. Hello. Commands. It should work. Let me check. Don't know why it's not working right now. On YouTube, CloudBot, it seems to be working. Let's test it out here in Twitch. Just want to see if, yeah, on Twitch it works. Strange. Let me check for a moment. Settings, community. I will quickly look it up. I think I have to, yeah, I don't know, change the settings. But I thought I added the Streamlabs as a bot, so links. Streamlabs. It is activated, so I'm not quite sure what's the problem there. Adi just subscribed. Thanks. So on Twitch it seems to work with the commands, but you can check out the description as well. There are the links. So, moderators. Not quite sure. I'm just looking at the Streamlabs website right now, just to see if the commands are activated. And it should be activated, but I'm not quite sure why it's not working. So let's try it again. King Panda, what are we doing? What are we doing? I'm currently preparing the model here for rendering. So it's an anatomy study. Now the commands do work. So you can do like the command for links, and it should post all the social media channels. So King Panda just subscribed. Thanks a lot. And yeah, I'm currently preparing the model for bringing that later into Maya or Blender or something like that. And as you can see, there are a few artifacts that I just want to clean up before doing the final projection, hopefully. Voxel just subscribed. Thanks a lot. Zach. Yo, this is great. Have a great day. Thanks a lot. When so many new people joined, I think it's maybe a good idea to show what I'm actually working on. So let's hide or show everything with the skull as well. So this is the skeleton that I did, and zooming in, you can see that I detailed everything to, I think, a proper level. And I did the same with the muscles. So I also have a bit of poly paint in there as well. So I spent quite a lot of time detailing and bringing everything together. And I also have the muscles. So for the face and for the arms, of course. Then the torso with the breasts. Everyone went crazy when I did those. Justifiably or not, I'm not quite sure. Economy, human bones aren't that rough. Yeah, I know. When they're fresh, they're smoother, but I thought it looked cooler. So, and yeah, this is the entire study. And if I zoom in, you can see that I have all the muscle fibers in place, and I do have an anatomy reference sheet put together for this entire study. So I have a reference sheet for the skeleton where I just have the bones and all the different parts with, I think, quite cool resources. And this reference sheet for this one is available on my Patreon as well. So if you want to do the study or a similar study like I did here, you can do that with the references here. And these are like 95% or 99% of the references that I used for this one. So most of the stuff that you need to know is here as well. So human bones have smooth surface. Yeah, that's true. But it looks so much cooler when it's rough and I don't know. When it has details that are visible from further away as well. Alex, hello, thanks for joining. King Panda, I need to take an exam for my license for massage therapist, so this is kind of cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I guess it's very beneficial to know where the insertion points of the muscles are and where they overlap and where you have to go along the muscle fibers and not against them. So interesting. Interesting overlap. So, all right, that is here as well. Let's hide those. And I wanted to clean up a little bit of the stuff here. There are a few projection errors that I can quickly smooth out. Chapuis set, what kind of mouse or rigs do you use? I use a graphics tablet. There's a discussion earlier in the chat about graphics tablets. So, okay, Wintermute. Stupid off-topic question, but could you tell me how to move brush icons to bottom tray in the bottom of the screen? Cannot find any info about that. That's fairly quickly done, actually. Let me do a quick save first. I think my file sizes are getting bigger and bigger. What you can do to customize everything, and it's the same thing for making a custom menu, is you can go into where config, enable customize, and this way I think with the, is it Control Shift? No, Alt. What was it? Just looking for the there was a way, there was a combination. Was it OGR? Let me see. I forgot to do it. Oh my god. Was it tab? Nope. Control and Alt. Was it Control and Alt? It's not working for me. Shift. Nope. Let's see. Ah, it's Control and Alt. It is. You're right. So let's see. Brush. Ah, you have to drag it out from the menus. So if you go to config, enable customize, and you have your brushes here, hold down Control and Alt, and then you can move the brushes into your interface. Yeah, you have to get it from the brush menu here. So this is how you can do it. And you can erase them by dragging them onto the canvas. And this is the same method with which you can create your own custom menus. So if you go to Preferences, Custom UI, and then create new UI, you can like custom one. And where is it? So there's a new menu here that you can, where is it? Drag here and put stuff in. So I don't know. Oh, god damn it. Yeah. you get the gist of it. So config, restore custom UI, and make that disabled. So hopefully it helped. Yeah, I had to struggle along that, but if you look up creating your custom menus, then maybe you can find some tutorials there as well. So Alright, having that in place. Now everything should be here. I have to get back to finishing that here. So, all right. Now that that is all in place, let's go to Project All, and now I can talk. Don't forget to save your UI. Yep. Yeah, if you have everything in place like you wanted, then under the preferences and config, make sure to hit store config, and this will save all your shortcuts and all your custom menus and all of that. So Zbrush sculpting. Does sculpting all bones and muscle model do something? I mean, we can just apply that knowledge to characters. Yeah, it's for studying purposes. It's not for how you would approach a character. It's more for understanding what the body consists of, and being able to read references better, because I don't know, sometimes there are certain forms that you see but you can't really interpret because you don't know, is it a muscle, is it a fat pad, is it something weird that is going on, because that happens as well. And this is where a study like this is really really helpful, because you know what's under the hood, so to say. So let's do a proper projection. God damn it, this is taking way too long, sorry guys. So hopefully it's not too boring. And yeah, today is a really good time for doing or for asking questions, because there's a lot of operations going on here for projecting that are not that exciting. And it's part of the process, but it's a lot of waiting and fixing, going back and forth. So yeah. Come at me with your questions if you have any. But yeah, just wanted to say thanks a lot for everyone that is currently joining. Today it seems there are a lot more people here, which is cool to see. So appreciate everyone that is currently watching, or just stopping by to see what the hell am I doing here. Most of the time today I'm just waiting, clicking a few buttons and waiting again. So and hoping all the time that Zbrush is not crashing by all the millions of polygons that are in my scene right now. So let's see, did it work? Oh my god. It's horrible. Alright. Let's do an inflate of 1. Inflate of 0.5. Hopefully this will get rid of all the crazy things that are going on. Thomas just subscribed. Thanks a lot. Morph target, delete and store, then the inflate 0.5. Yeah, come on. 0.5. One. Oh, okay. Mallory, hi Fynn, quick question. Can I draw a mask pattern line and fill it with mask or new polygroup. Can I draw a mask pattern line? Fill it with mask or new polygroup. Not quite sure if I understand your question. There are a few options here in the Surface tab under Noise, and then you can go to Edit, and under Noise Plug you have a few options, and I think there are stripes here, for example, and you can search there for the patterns that you want. And once you found a pattern, you can still adjust the scale and all of that under the noise scale. Maybe remove the basic noise, but yeah, you can play around with a few things there. So maybe that helps you. Jean-Michael, why not just download a skeleton and sculpting on it? That would defeat the purpose of studying. It's like getting a homework assigned and then you just give it to someone else, and the other person is doing all the work. You would probably get a good grade or something, but I don't know, maybe not in the long run. So I want to learn, and this I think I can achieve only by doing it myself and not by someone else doing it for me. Alright, so let's see the morph target. That switch is working, and let's do another projection. Sorry everybody. K Wintermute. I'm going through Scott Eaton anatomy course now. It's great, can only suggest everyone to try it. Makes you see the body in a whole other way. That's awesome. Scott Eaton is a real master, and I've heard a lot of great things about him. So I thought about attending his class as well, but I really like to, I don't know, search for the information myself. I don't know. Maybe it's an ego thing that could probably be. And at one point, I think I will attend his class. I just heard good stuff about it. I have a question for you. How do you achieve level of naturalism that classical sculpture has, or digital sculptures, like ones that, for example, Gio Nakbil is doing, aside of practicing a lot, of course? Achieve the level of naturalism. When you want to go hardcore, I would say sculpt asymmetrically and don't go into alpha maps and wrinkles. Concentrate purely on form, primary and secondary shapes. Forget about the tertiary shapes. And when you look at the old sculptures, like Michelangelo or the ancient masters, there are no skin details there at all. It's just pure form, and you can get so much appeal and beauty into just the form without worrying about details at all. And I don't mean like smooth edges and stuff like that. I mean defined shapes and defined plane changes and stuff like that. And learn from like classical, maybe life drawing references. There are really great resources out there that where you have, for fine illustration, you have actors or poses, models that really show the form well, and try to learn from them instead of, I don't know, random stuff on the internet. But yeah, achieving the classical sculpture look, that is a lot of practice. ZBrush sculpting, can I subdivide specific faces in ZBrush? Yes, you can. You only have to mask out a certain section. This isn't a poly mesh yet, so so this is my demonstration mesh. So if I mask this out and then first delete the lowers, delete higher this way. So yeah, so when you have the everything else except the stuff that you want to subdivide and then hit Control D, it will only subdivide that section. And then you can say go another subdivision level higher. Even if you have subdivision levels activated, you can still go in and go to the lowest subdivision level. It seems like. So test out a little bit with that. But yeah, it's possible. Okay, Winter Mutant. No, it's great that you do it yourself. Great job. Thanks. Mallory. Imagine I draw a circle with mask and want to fill inside of it with mask or turn that inner circle to a polygroup. Let's see. What you can do is either mask out the area that you want to have and hit Control W, and this will create a new polygroup. You can also go into the polygroups menu and hit Group Masked. It does the same thing. Another thing for getting perfect circles is to go to, by holding down Control, you can access the mask options, and there's, for example, Mask Perfect Circle. And this way you can mask out perfect circles. It's view dependent, so make sure to be in a proper position to project that onto the sphere, and then you can hit Control W again to get the circle. If you want to have clean edges around your circles, you can go to Geometry and Edge Loop and hit Group Loops, and this way you will get extra loops around the edges of the polygroups, and yeah, this way you get really clean geometry, or at least clean edges. So let's inspect the model here just to see if there are any errors, which there are. God damn it. I hate projections. But it seems like it's not too bad. I can reproject it locally. Come on. I mean, an empty circle at first, place, then fill it with mask or polygroup. I think I understand your question now, so, or hopefully. So if you have a cylinder like this, and let's say delete hidden, and you have an open mesh like this, if this is something that you have right now, what you can do is to go to Geometry under Modify Topology and hit Close Holes. and this will fill all the holes in your mesh and will create a new polygroup for that. So maybe this is the one that you're looking for. Not quite sure, but yeah, hopefully it helps. All right, more cleanup. And there are a few errors here. Gergo, just subscribe. Thanks. Thanks for the sub. Let's see if there are other holes here. Display properties double. Yeah, if you're dealing with single-sided meshes, this is a good option. Oh boy, this is messed up here. Oh no. God damn it. Alright, the mesh is still messed up. Let's see, is it on the other side as well? Yeah, it is as well here. Alright. Sorry guys, but today is a lot of troubleshooting and not so much about actual progress. So, Justin, good morning buddy. Good morning to you as well. On my side it's good evening because it's 7 PM right now, but good morning to you. Alright, since I do have holes in my mesh here, that you can see here for example, and on the other side it's here as well, I have to do close holes, the stuff that I just showed, to fill the mesh here. Then I can smooth it out. Let's see. Can we merge the tries? Yeah, a few. But I have to do another projection, which is a kind of a bummer. This one I don't like, so let's see. Optimize points, merge tries, close holes. Here's a polygon that I don't like, and I want to get rid of it. So let's do delete hidden and close holes, merge tries, and now it should be working. And let's do the sub and free subdivision levels. Oh boy, a lot of back and forth today. Sorry about that. Fruppy, how long have you been working on this one project? As long as I can remember being subbed, you have been live and working on it. Yeah, it's been a long time. I think it's over the course of the last 3 months. I'm streaming 2 times a week, sometimes just once a week, depending on if I visit family or something like that. So it's been a while. I'm probably at the maybe 60-hour mark on this one. And since I'm doing most of this stuff on stream, there's a lot of talking along as well. So yeah, maybe like 2 weeks worth of work when I would sit in the studio working. It's a long process because there's just so much stuff going on in the body and so many different individual objects that the skeleton and the muscles consist of. And I have to say I pushed it a bit further than I actually planned it in the beginning. Just because I was at a certain point and I thought, why not go the extra mile and add more details and just push it a little further. So it's been a while, but now it's the entire model is done. It's just a matter of making it renderable, being able to just put it in another software. Because I want to give the model proper shaders and proper light setup and a nice presentation, and just to do it justice and to finish the entire process and not stop midway. So, and before that I have worked on other projects on the stream as well. I did a miniature for printing, I did a head sculpt for, like the speed sculpts that I did on earlier YouTube videos. I did smaller sculpts, I tried out Blender, so there have been more projects, but this is by far the most ambitious one that I'm currently doing. But if you're interested in all the other projects, they are available through my Patreon because I streamed them. And yeah, hopefully in a few weeks, probably in 2, I will call this one done and have a new portfolio piece, and then I will do another project. Not quite sure what will come after that. I do have other projects that I'm doing on the side right now, but yeah, these things just take a while, and if I only work on it 2 times a week, then it spans out over a longer period of time. So. Nee. Don't say sorry for spamming or for answering or discussing in the chat. This is what the chat is for. Not for actual spamming, that would be not so cool, but for sharing and communicating, so helping each other out. Sabian, I was watching old NFL primetime clips. How did I get here? The YouTube algorithm sometimes works wonders. I don't know. You can end up in weird places, just like this one. So, welcome. Come on, projection. I think what happened now is that the UVs might get messed up. That could be the case. I should have done the most complicated thing offline and then just continue with the rest, because this is not streamer friendly, I would say. It's not so action-packed like usual, so... a lot of waiting. Maybe I can do a bit of stretching. Victorious, will you do more 3D printing figures? Yes, I will. I just finished a commission, which was really nice to work on, which was for a miniature. And I just printed out a new skull. I'm not quite sure if you can see it, but yeah, this is the print that I just made, I think 2 days ago, 3 days ago. and it's an update to my older skull that I printed. I printed those for reference when I'm drawing, which is really helpful for me. And I will definitely do more 3D printing stuff. I really enjoy sculpting for miniatures. And my next project that I'm actually doing, I will print as well. And I'm currently documenting the entire process. So this will come in a few weeks. It's a long project. But for the future streams as well, I'm planning to do like a collaborative kind of stream. So with polls and stuff where all of you can decide what I should sculpt as a miniature. And then I would do the concept and you can give feedback and stuff like that. And then I would execute it in Zbrush. So do the proper sculpt, and then on the next stream hopefully I can show the printed figure. So this is something that I want to do in the future at some point. Masked pen. All right. A few projection errors. Come on. It's always a hassle to get the... I just closed the holes. What is wrong? Ah, it was just another subdivision level as another polygroup. It's just such an uncreative process, and it's just something that could be solved by making a better program. So it's not really exciting work right now. It's just necessary work to get to the next steps, which is sometimes a bit annoying to get through. But once you're through them, you actually accomplished something. So I try to keep that in mind here as well. And just going through it here locally from polygroup to polygroup to clean that stuff. And then I will do fresh projections to the correct meshes. So I will smooth everything out here. Try to get rid of all the errors. It's part of the process, but it's an annoying part right now. Victorious, that's so cool. Thanks for the answer. Good luck. Thanks a lot. I appreciate you for joining and saying hi. So now that that is in here, I can go to the rib cage and only make these ones here visible. Go back in here. And just make these visible here as well. Just want to make sure that it doesn't project to any other meshes. Still have to clean that stuff up here. Bit of smoothing here and there. Let's go to the highest subdivision level. Smooth the rest out. And then we should be good to go to the endless projections, one after the other. Thanks for all your patience, for anyone that is currently watching. I mean, yeah, I'm showing the process, and this is part of the process, so I think this is just the way it is. Alright, now with only these visible, I can, or I should hide the sternum and hit project all. And now we have a clean projection. Except this little area here that I won't project again because it doesn't matter. But let's see how the detail compares. So this is the original mesh, and this is the projected mesh. And it's a little bit smoother, but no one will notice. Alright. Pepper. In my opinion, it is pretty fun to see the finishing parts of the process. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I thought that it might be too boring, but it's part of the process, and sometimes the most annoying part as well. And yeah, if you never see it in a professional environment, then you might not expect that as well. So it can be frustrating if it surprises you. So hopefully it's somewhat beneficial to some of you. That now looks much cleaner. This area here I can isolate as well. So these areas, I think I should project them again. So something like this here, and let's see for the rib cage. And project all. Very clean, exactly what we want. Now the same with the sternum. So let's hide the rib cage and the sternum here, so it's separated or isolated, and project all. There's a bit of stretching here and there that I can smooth out and project again. And this is now getting cleaner and cleaner. Same here with the sternum here. Just want to get rid of distortions. And go back to the sternum here. Invert the visibility. And hit project all. Alright. Yeah? Sorry.
Bist du streamen?
Ich bin streamen. Also, sorry. I forgot to put the sign on my door that I'm streaming, so my flatmate just came in. Alright, this looks all good. There are these little spikes here that I'm not quite sure if I should get rid of them or not, or if I can ignore them. Could be seen as a small little detail, so maybe I will just leave it. But if I inspect it like this, it seems to look good. There are these rough edges here. It's probably just a limitation. Oh, I have one subdivision level that I can go higher. So, it doesn't seem too bad. Doesn't hold all the details, but I think the closest that I will get is this level here. So, on this distance, it still holds up. So. Let's check the pelvis. Coaster just subscribed. Thanks for the sub. Let's check here. I think if I go to the original mesh, it's a bit more detailed. Or it feels a bit more detailed. But it should be fine. Still detailed enough, I would say. I'll do another projection just for the hip. I can hide the lumbar vertebrae. Where are they? I combined them with the thoracic ones. So let's do another projection. If it now crashes, that would be a shame. Let's see, I hope it captured a bit more detail now. Yeah, as you can see, before it was a bit blurry, and now it's sharper in detail. So, yeah, that was good. Why is it? I think I forgot to, or didn't go to the highest subdivision level. Now you can see how much of back and forth happens during a process like this. Teton, okay, what the fuck did I join in on? Not quite sure if you're if you have anything to do with 3D or something like that. But what you get into is to into an anatomy study. I'm going through the entire skeleton at the moment, and I finished everything. I'm just preparing it for rendering, which is like bringing it to a presentable level, giving it a proper light setup, and just showing it in a nice way. So this is what you get into. I'm not quite sure if YouTube suggested it because you are into 3D or just random, but hello, welcome. Okay, ribcage. Disabled. Okay. Now project again on the highest subdivision, hopefully. Yeah, no, it should work. A lot of new subscribers today. Thanks a lot, everybody, for subscribing and hitting like and all of that. Really appreciate it. Don't know how it happened, but it seems like the YouTube algorithm blessed me today. So thanks for anyone that joined. Alright, cleanup after cleanup. Oh man, don't know what I got myself into. Oxgator just subscribed, thanks. I hear someone making dinner. God damn it. Yeah, my flatmate is cooking, I think. Not for me. But yeah. He's making some noise in the kitchen. Oh boy, so much stuff to clean up. Let's project it again. Project all. Project all. Just going here back and forth just to get clean projections, and then hopefully being able to move on to the next parts of the body. God damn it. See here a few. Yeah, the finishing touches, they take so much time. It's like the 80-20 rule. Like in the last, for the last 20% you need 80% of the time. And this is why I always like to recommend don't spending too much time on perfecting things when you are starting out, because you learn 80% of the stuff in the first 20% of the time. So let's do another project. Katerina just subscribed. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for joining. Hope it's not too boring. Today is a little bit on the repetitive side. Mohammed just subscribed. Thanks for the sub. The topology here is really ugly. Not quite sure if I can save it. Oh my god. Maybe I should have gone with a higher resolution when I did the low poly model. Because this is just ugly looking. Leaf Green Buddy just subscribed. Thanks. So many new subs today. Let's just project this one here. That's good enough. Oh man, I can't spend so much time on all of the parts here. Not quite sure where this is coming from. What a day. What a day. Come. Smooth it out already. There we go. Oh man. Ivan, thanks. Nee. I'm quite far from it. But thanks for the encouragement. Alright, now having spent a lot of time on a single vertebra, I can move on to the next vertebra. Let's see how messed up all of them are. Maybe I will just smooth them out a little bit and move on to the next one. Nee, I think you were right. Should have increased the resolution on the zero mesher. but I won't go through the entire process now again. So, but for the next time, for the next parts of the body, I will do that. So now project all, hopefully no crazy artifacts again. A few. Rihan, good going, even though I'm not a med student, I'm interested. It's not for medical purposes, but maybe as a medical student it would be interesting. This is more for, yeah, just for learning. I wanted to say this is for fun, but right now it's not so much of a fun process because it's just fixing computer errors, so to say. But it's part of the process, so. But the entire study is for learning purposes. Come on. There we go. I think one of the biggest things that, I don't know, Zbrush and all other softwares can do is to make the projection workflow a bit more stable and not so messy. Because if they could save us time here, that would be a blessing. Project all. I had the same problem with one of my 3D mesh, I think became crazy, but when I said to remember more polygon, miracle came. Yeah, I should have listened. But you learn the most from failures, so maybe I should just embrace it. In our projection. Yeah, the low poly mesh is way too low. That was a big mistake. Let's see, I'm just checking the mesh just to... I'm just curious to see how well it would hold up when I increased the polygon count. it would be quite demotivating if it would solve all the problems, but it's just too messed up. Let's see. Thanks for the patience of all of you. I'm going for like 3 hours now and I haven't achieved anything. But I learned a little bit and hopefully it gives a more realistic insight of how the work looks like. That looks so much better. Good. Okay. Maybe I have to do it again. Just one thing. Match down, okay. This is actually painful. Yeah, it is a little bit painful. But it looks so much better. I think it's not the issue isn't that it's too many objects, it's just the resolution that it has to keep up with the forms. So Hatif, I hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. It's just when there's so much back and forth involved, then having gone into a certain direction for far too long and then realizing that it wasn't maybe the smartest decision. Yeah, it's a little bit that I have to swallow right now, but I think it's the right decision to go for a higher resolution in the low poly model. So I will do it this way. So I feel so much better about rotoscoping now. Yeah. Do I go through the entire process again? I mean, if the projection now works better, then maybe I will still save more time. Eric Galvis, can you recommend any sources to sculpt bones? Let me see. Anatomy sheet. I collected my anatomy sheet here. Ahmed just subscribed, thanks. I do have a PureRef reference sheet, and I have all the resources that I used for this study here. And I would recommend starting your own library. So just start with a PureRef model or PureRef file and put all of the references that you find and that you find useful in there, and yeah, over time it can grow into a really valuable resource. So yeah, That would be my tip, I would say. And if you're interested in my PureRef file here, I made it available for my patrons. So if you want to get a heads up for your own library, you can get that through my Patreon there, and maybe it will help you. So I will just quickly go through the mesh to see if it looks proper or not. And it looks so much better than before. Maybe one thing that I will do, let's duplicate this one. I will go back and use symmetry. Maybe this will make it cleaner as well. Eric, thank you. You're very welcome. Sculpt to revive. You're not using the glove. No. I never had the need to use one, and I'm doing fine without a glove. So, Inazia, hello. How's it going? It's going somewhere today. I think it's more on the frustrating side, since it's more of a technical process right now of preparing everything for rendering, and I went too long in the wrong direction, and now I'm redoing everything that I did in the last 3 hours. So but I think it's the right decision. So I'm doing okay. I hope you're doing well. All right, so let's delete this one here. Delete hidden and merge these two together. So merge down. Okay. Let's see if the UV master is friendly now to us. So let's hit UV. Let's see how it goes. Maybe it crashes now. Oh boy. In Asia, it happens. I think it's not the end of the world. It's a bit frustrating, but it's a learning process. It's always something new aspects, new facets of the process. Not going too low in the low poly version with a zero mesher is something that I will note down for today. Hopefully I won't do it again in the future. As long as it retains all the forms that I can get proper projections. It was just too messy. And it would have probably resulted in displacement errors later on. So yeah, just was the wrong mesh. In Asia, at least it's nice seeing pros also having problems like this. Yeah, all the time. I just have the advantage of editing it out of the process when it comes to videos. So, Hatef, will you render it with a professional render engine like Arnold or V-Ray? Yes, I planned on rendering it in Blender, but it gave me a few artifacts when it came to the subsurface scattering shader. And even though they had updates and stuff like that, but they still have something in there that makes it fundamentally not usable for me in this scenario. So I will do it in Maya with Arnold. And hopefully, like, this was actually my plan for today, to get to the render setup and the light setup for the scene in Maya. But this took way too long today with the remeshing and UVing and all of that. I won't get to that today, unfortunately. But what I will do is to prepare everything, like the rest of the skeleton and probably the muscles as well, offline. So for the next stream, I am able to just dive into the render setup and stuff like that. So thanks for everyone for sticking with me today, because this was quite the back and forth, and now I'm just redoing everything that I did in the last 3 hours. So I don't want to do the same to all of you in the next stream, so I will do it offline. I will save you the time and the attention span, so to say, for the next streams. And we'll try to figure out nicer ways to do all of the prediction stuff. Perfect, happy to hear that. Yeah, I think this stream was valuable in a certain sense, but it doesn't make sense to do the rest of the study during the next streams in the same way. So maybe now I learn how to draw. I mean, 3D can help a lot when it comes to drawing. Just as an example, I printed out the skull that I did here because I'm not that good at, or I still have to learn quite a lot when it comes to drawing skulls. So I'm currently doing my own reference figures, so to say. And I plan to print out the study that I'm doing right now here as a reference as well. And drawing helps 3D, so it's they benefit each other. What's going on here? It froze. Mache just subscribed. Thanks for the subscription. Hopefully it didn't crash. Lace just subscribed. Thanks for the subscription. Mr. Hello from Russia. Greetings from Germany to you. Oh boy, it seems like Zbrush froze. Let's wait a little bit. Oh boy, what a day. Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, I mean, it's the first time. In Asia, it's not your fault at all. It was about time to crash. Hopefully I can recover at least the low poly version. Let's see. Yeah. The recovered tool, there is no tool that was recovered. So it's probably this one here. I will check what the latest date was. So give me a second. See, users, public, documents, Zbrush 2021. Did it autosave? Yeah, I'm just checking which of those are the most recent ones. Quick save. It's not this one here. It is Where is it? It's this one? No, it can't be. Ah, wrong. It is this one here. So it was around 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago, so I think it's fine. It saved the low poly version here when I had it not in symmetry. That sucks. Maybe we can zero mesh it again, but with the same turned on. That should still be fine, I would say. Mr. Just Subscribe, thanks. So a little bit. This one got a little bit thin here, but as long as the topology is there to support it, that's all that I'm looking for. All right. Wonderson Mando himself. Not quite sure what that means. Good thing Zbrush has a nice way of recovering things. That's true. It saved me a lot of times. Many times, over and over again. So a bit of inflate here, then move to topological to bring that here into place. And let's do the entire thing again. So can delete that, insert, merge them. Polygon is not following. Thanks a lot. More people on Twitch. Okay, before I get too excited, I have to close holes. Just want to make sure that the mesh is watertight, that I don't have any weird openings and stuff like that. A few holes were here. Yeah, not visible. So new polygroup for all of those, and what I want to do is to go to the UV master. First, I'm gonna do quick save. Wenderson. Sorry, I wish I could understand you, but I don't. I'm not quite sure what language that even is. Spanish, Portuguese? I'm not quite sure. Sorry if I'm completely wrong in that regard. Alright. That is all in place. Let's try the UV master. It crashed last time when I did that, so let's see if it's more stable now. Quite a lot of individual objects that it has to unwrap, so even though these automated things might have, I don't know, a lot of problems, it's still much faster than doing it by hand. So, god damn it, I could have saved like an hour of work in the beginning. Now it seems to work just fine with the UV master, so I had a few problems in the beginning, so let's check it flattened out. And it seems to be working quite well. so no weird meshes going on. No too much stretching. Alright, now I can bring it into here. Ribcage, let's make everything visible again. So let's do a first projection just to see, just to get a base going. All right, a few projection errors here, but in general it's going in a good direction. So I think I'm going one subdivision level higher, just to give it more stuff to work with. Polygon, hey, I was watching on YouTube, but I find myself on Twitch more often lately, so why not? That's awesome. Yeah, I thought for a while to switch completely to Twitch because YouTube, I don't know. I struggled a little bit with the algorithm, and YouTube kicked me out a few times for whatever reason. But everything seems to work now, so I will probably continue doing Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. But glad to have more people on Twitch. Auto groups. And let's fix a little bit here. Project all. Not quite sure why that happens here. Let's project it again. Now it works. And the other side is messed up. Nice to hear Twitch art streams are getting some traction. It's Portuguese, by the way. Oh, I see. Oh, that's very good. Thanks for the translation. Thanks a lot. What do you think about sculpting in Blender? I think the biggest problem right now that Blender still has is the performance. I think when it comes to the tools, it's really interesting, and I think all the basic stuff is there that you need. It's just a matter of performance and streamlining the process. I saw some updates that they're working on insert meshes and stuff like that, and this is more and more of that will come in the future. And for like basic stuff, it's already there. When it's more sophisticated, when the meshes get more detail and stuff, then it's still not that usable, I would say. But for studies, it's already there. It's just a matter of time until Pablo is doing more and more updates and making the tools better and better. So And for a free program, it's, I think, extremely valuable for anyone that just wants to try that out. So Blender is awesome. Hatif, about the gap between torso and pelvis. Is this gap, does it have a different distance between male and female? Do you mean this distance here? Like this one? I'm not quite sure if there's a big difference in male and female. Where there's a difference is the curvature of the ribcage here. For example, in a male it's more outwards, in a female it's inwards, and for the hip there are differences as well. So boy, I hate it when it's so distorted. Just messes up the entire form. Robert Tito Art just subscribed. Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining. So project O. Project O, just trying to get a clean distribution of the polygons right now. The expert, good vid, well done. Thanks a lot. Farfan, hello. Hello to you as well. And I'm not quite sure if I should apologize, but today isn't the most action-packed stream, because it's so much about cleaning up and stuff like that. So thanks everybody that still joined, and thanks for all the patience. Project O. But this is now much easier. It gives much better results than the last low poly model. So much better. Envy, hi, have you ever worked with After Effects? Nope, I haven't. Unfortunately. Project O. Oh, not a good idea. Let's see, maybe if we inflate it by 1 than project all. Better. In Asia, when you want to make clothes or items for characters, would you make them in Maya or Zbrush or something else? I would probably do them in Zbrush directly. I really like to use the mask extraction. So I showed that here in one of these things. So it's like a, I don't know what that was, from an older model. So if I have like a torso like this, I can really quickly just mask out a few sections, do something like this, and then say extract and extract. So something like this. And maybe if I had the other stuff. And from there I would create some kind of armor or something like that. So I would have a good base that I can then manipulate and do stuff with. So, and this is way more intuitive for me than working with, like, I don't know, a Marvelous Designer or doing it with box modeling in Blender or Maya. When it comes to things like shoes, for example, I actually like to do them sometimes with box modeling, but yeah. Hatif, is it possible to use this model for cinematic rigging process? I mean, for characters that will have muscle simulation for rigging. I think you could use it. You would need a little bit of preparation, similar to what I'm doing right now, to make it into a low poly model. And depending on the muscle system that you're using, but I guess so. Iron Bass, have you ever modeled yourself before? Because if I knew how to create a model, I would do my models several times. I did, actually. It's funny that you asked, because I answered a similar question before about self-portraits, and I did it because it's the best available reference that I have, and this is why it's a good exercise. Polygon, nothing to apologize. Actually, watching you solving those topology issues is quite helpful. I'd be freaking out and thinking the model is not useful. Glad to hear that. Hatif, no worries. No worries. It's not my first language as well, so I feel you. Let's see. So. That actually looks quite good. So maybe I should go one subdivision level higher just to smooth out the distortions a little bit as well. Right. Doesn't look too bad. All right. Let's try another round next with the projection. Amy. I miss playing around with Brush. Wonder if my laptop would overload with it. Zbrush is very performance friendly, so I mean, if your computer is like, I don't know, 10 years old, then it might struggle with it. And if it doesn't have like, I don't know, if it has 4 gigs of RAM, then you're really pushing it. But yeah, maybe trying out Blender is still doable. Not quite sure what resources you have at the moment. Let's project all. Iron Bass. So what you fell when you doing your model? You mean when I did my self-portrait? It's not special or anything. It's just a good resource. It feels kind of strange to do it in the beginning, but after a while, it's just work. You're just trying to translate the reference that you have onto the model. So. Not too special. Nikita, your work's so nice. Can you get a feedback? If you're asking for feedback, you can join the Discord channel over my Patreon. The links are in the description, and over my Patreon you have access to the Discord channel. And there is a small community there already, and we're sharing our work in progress things. So if you're interested for feedback, maybe that's the best place for you to get that. So, Hippo, how did you begin your ribcage? Just sculpted one myself and blocked out the large form, then masked out the shapes and extracted them, then shaped. Just curious what your approach was. Exactly that approach. Just like you said. I inserted a sphere to block out the entire ribcage, and I tried to get the curvature in the back in there as well. And I did exactly the workflow that you described. So I blocked it out, then I didn't block out the individual's ribs. I just had a smooth surface, and then I masked out as clean as I wanted at that time the individual ribs. I extracted them and sculpted from there. So you're on a good track, I would say. Nazir, would you ever be interested in making a video giving people feedback on their portfolios? Good question. Not quite sure if I'm at the point yet. If you're interested in portfolio reviews, just recently Rafael Grassetti resources. Rafael Grassetti posted a video about portfolio reviews, and I think they went through a few. So in the chat there's Rafael Grassetti, Zbrush, and he has way more experience when it comes to that than I do. So maybe this is a good resource. And when it comes to feedback, I'm thinking about doing like sculpt overs at some point, but I'm not quite sure if now is if it's a good timing yet. So But thanks for the feedback that you're interested in that. It helps me to see what would help all of you as well. So if you have questions like this or suggestions, please let me know. It's always interesting to see what's interesting to you. So. You can try to make a sphere, give it the ribcage form simply and sculpt bones ribcage and use the sphere to place them. You can do that as well. P1K5 up. What is this? It's a crazy anatomy study that is taking far too long, so thanks. Glad you joined. But yeah, this is a project that is going on for a few months now, and it's taking more and more shape. Still have all the rest visible, so. Iron Bass, I want to start the Zbrush, but my eyes and my patient cannot stand with it. Can you tell me where to start? If you're looking for an introduction to Zbrush, I would say look up Michael Pavlovich. He does have a lot of great resources on the interface and all the tools. So. In Asia, yeah, I'm trying to build up my portfolio. I would need to make a lot more sculpts, but when I do it, would be really nice to get feedback from the person who helped me start sculpting. Oh, that's very nice. Don't stress too much about the quantity when it comes to portfolio pieces. It's enough if you have like 2 characters or 2 pieces in your portfolio. You don't have to have like 10 models or anything like that. When it comes to studying, I would say quantity is a good thing to have. But when it comes to portfolio pieces, you don't have to have a lot of pieces. Hetif, when we have an amazing software like Zbrush for sculpting and modeling, why should we use other software like Mudbox or Blender for sculpting? What is the benefit or any different? Comes back to preference, and in the case of Blender, it's not so much either or, it's more it's complementary. So it's having both softwares is really good, like Zbrush and Maya, or Zbrush and 3ds Max, Zbrush and Softimage, or Zbrush and Blender. So sculpt to revive. I try to sculpt every day, but no ideas what to focus on. Only anatomy? Should I focus on one thing or try to do everything? Head, body, etc. Try to break it down into smaller things that are not so overwhelming, especially in the beginning. And when it comes to what to focus on, it's really depending on what you want to do. Like, do you want to go into science fiction? Do you want to go into fantasy? Do you want to go into stylized stuff like Disney? Do you want to go into realistic stuff? Do you want to do creatures? It really what is your area of interest, and try to look for, I don't know, artists that do things similar to that and maybe copy them. To find concept artists that worked on films that you like, look through their work, take a concept and try to reproduce it in 3D. And if it doesn't work out, if you stumble upon hurdles that you can't overcome, then try to break it down. What are the hurdles exactly? What are the things that you still have to learn, or where you lack skill or knowledge, and improve on them? And then just repeat the process. think I'm close. One more subdivision level, and then I can project everything. Take a random item in your house or a picture from internet, like an item you don't have, and try to sculpt it. That's a good exercise as well. And it doesn't really matter what you do. No, it does. The subject matter does matter. But when you copy something that is already there from a concept, you are learning to judge form, you're learning to interpret reference, you're learning to sculpt the forms that you want to sculpt. So that's why I like to recommend sculpting the skull, because it's more objective than a face. You can it's easier to judge if you're off or not. When it comes to the face, it's sometimes you get into the uncanny valley, and then you're not able to put your finger on it exactly anymore. And when it comes to the skull, it's a fixed object. It doesn't have any emotions. It doesn't have different expressions. It has certain principles, and this is why it's such a good thing to study, because you can judge it more objectively. Iron Bass, so sorry I wrote wrong again. Not patient, I mean patience. Sorry for my tongue. Don't worry. No problem at all. Hatif, respectfully, how can I share some of my artworks to you? I would be grateful to see your feedback. The best way for that is through my Patreon page, and we do have a Discord channel there. So not only I give feedback, but other people there as well. And it's a range of skill sets. So people starting out and some people already in the industry. So if I don't have time to give feedback, others will. And I think this is the best place for you to, or that I can offer at least. Yanax just subscribed. Thanks. I probably butchered your name, sorry for that. Oh, the projection is still going on. Hopefully it's not crashing right now again. You're very welcome. I think once I'm done with the rib cage now, or hopefully next, I think I will call it a day. I thought I would get to the render setup, but damn, that just took so much time today. But I still have to learn. I'm a how do you say that? A lifelong student. So still there's so much to learn. But it's the fun thing as well. Otherwise it would just be reproducing the same thing over and over again, or the stuff that I already know. And yeah, it has its fun sides to push your boundaries. Come on, Zbrush, catch yourself. Shouldn't have too much trouble with the projection. In the Sculpt tool, try to make your phone start by basic shape, rectangle. Yeah, I mean, it depends what you want to do. If you're going for more organic in a more organic direction for characters and stuff like that, then I would say do that. Do organic characters, or I don't know, if you have your hand, for example, try to sculpt your hand and be as detailed as possible in that, or get a mirror and try to do a self-portrait, or look up references for bones on the internet, or do characters, find concepts and sculpt that. So in Asia, I want to have that perspective that I have lots to learn and make something similar to what I want. Then I call it a day. I mean, if you similar to what I want, yeah. I mean, if you do that every day, then you will progress as well. And as long as you figure new things out of the things that you study from. So, for example, I'm doing skulls over and over and over again, and I still learn new things about it every time because I'm not satisfied with the result. And I want new questions arise, and I see new nuances that I didn't see before, and this is quite useful as well. Juan, how do you take feedback by yourself for your anatomy sculpts or characters? So you're asking how I give feedback to myself, how I can be self-critical. Sometimes I have to step back for a while and come back later to see it as a fresh model. Sometimes I'm too involved in the project and I start to not see the mistakes anymore, and this is where I have to step back a little and come back at a later point. And sometimes looking for references is always helpful. And no professional artist in the industry shies away from reference. So don't worry too much, or don't feel bad about using references. Everybody is using them. So, and this helps a lot with critiquing your own work. Oh boy, I could have made the progress that I wanted today if it wasn't for the mistake of using too few polygons in the beginning. This was a setup for failure. And when I'm cleaning these spikes up here, I'm trying to smooth from the tip to the base and not the other way around. This way I'm not messing up the forms that I have or that do work. Nikita, Fynn, can you get me a link of Discord channel? I'm from Russia and can't stand all what you say. Can't understand all what you say. The Discord channel is available through my Patreon page, and I think the chatbot should post all the links soon. Yeah, there we go. So there you have the link to my Patreon page, and this will give you access to the Discord channel. So, Hatte, for rendering, will you generate displacement map for each part of the skeleton, or is it better to use high polymesh? This is actually the reason why I'm doing all of the stuff that I'm doing right now, because I want to render it with the displacement maps. And for me, I think it's cleaner to do it via displacement maps, because this is how you would do it in a production as well, or for animated characters. But sometimes I use just the low poly model as well. Depends on the use case. But when you're doing a model for portfolio pieces, for example, do it with displacement, I would say, because you have to go through the process of making the low poly mesh and then the UVs and all of that, and this is just part of the process. So do it the proper way if it's for showing off your skills in a portfolio piece, for example. Much less work to clean up. Now I want to stick to, or I want to finish the cleanup here today, so that I can spend more time on the render setup and stuff like that next time. It seems like there isn't that much anymore. I shouldn't say that. It will come otherwise anyways. Come on. Almost through the entire rib cage. What happened here? This is no good. Tyrone just subscribed. Thanks a lot. Is it possible to use displacement maps for changeable details in rigging? For example, when we use blend shape for facial rigging, we want to make wrinkles more natural when they are stretching. Is it possible to use multiple displacements and morph them? I know that it's possible, but I haven't done it myself. There are techniques where you have a stress map. So when you generate a color map of your mesh, wherever the mesh gets compressed or stretched, and with that map you could trigger or blend multiple displacement maps together. So you would have a displacement map that is just for wrinkles and for for example, for wrinkles. So you would sculpt the entire face as if everything gets wrinkled at the same time. and then you would have a displacement map for that and a displacement map for when everything is stretched, so when the wrinkles get smoothed out. And if you blend that together with the stress map that is dynamically generated, then you can do things like the stuff that you described. So, Sculpt to Revive. I have to go. Thanks so much for today. See you next time. Thanks so much for joining and subscribing and all of that and participating in the chat. And my next stream will be on Sundays, so maybe we'll see, or maybe you can join there as well. So have a good day, take care. Thanks for joining. Seems like it's... Yeah. Giannakas, do you try to sculpt the physical damage happening through aging also in some of your sculpt? Is it useful as an exercise? I think it's interesting. Depends on what you want to do. For example, if you're more into dark fantasy kind of stuff, then I don't know, zombies, aging, rotten stuff might be interesting. But yeah, it's a matter of personal preference, I would say. And what kind of projects you want to work for, and what kind of people you want to get noticed from. But if it's something that interests you, then it's already valuable enough for trying out. Okay, this one looks messed up. Inini, I have to go. 2 was cool. Live, see you next time. Have a good one, and thanks for joining today again. It's really nice to see when people come back to the stream. So glad that you join so regularly. And have a good one. Thanks, Giannakas. Thanks, Walker. That is easier for me to pronounce. All right. That all seems to work well now with the rib cage. Let's do the sternum here again, because this is quite stubborn. So a lot of small areas that are broken. So rib cage can be turned off. Just this one. And project again. Alright. Now I want to do the same for the sternum here. That looks almost fine. glad that I'm almost finished because I'm pretty hungry and I will finish this stream soon. Thanks everybody that is currently joining, well, that is currently watching. Really appreciate it. This looks fun. Bandito, what's up? How are you doing? What drawing tablet do you use? I'm currently using a Huon Canvas Pro 13. It's a... let me write it in the chat, actually. Tools. This is why I made what I made the comments for. So. There you see. So I do have multiple tablets. I do have a tablet from Huon. I do have a tablet from Wacom. And I like both. So whatever is more in your budget. Canvas 13 seems pretty good for its price. Yeah, it is. I really like it. The driver has sometimes a few hiccups, but in the recent times it worked great. So no complaints from my side there. I think they figured out a few bugs, and yeah, for that price, it's really good competition, or a good alternative to Wacom, let's say that. And my guess is that they're normal tablets, not the display tablets, but the graphics tablets, that they are decent as well. Good enough, for sure. Come on, it's always a small polygon that is somewhere far into the mesh. That is sometimes tricky to get to. Dito, I have a budget Huon tablet that starts at around $100 US. Yeah, I started with a Wacom tablet that 10 years ago that cost like 80 euros then. So, and I used it for 7 years. So It's totally sufficient. Come on. There we go. All right, ribcage back on. This one off. And these here on as well, and project all. Hatif, thank you so much for your amazing live tutorial. I hope to see you again in another live meeting here. I will continue my study for improving my knowledge about proportions. That's awesome. I wish you all the best, man. And my next stream will be on Sunday, probably around the same time as today. And I think, yeah, today is Wednesday, right? So hope to see you on Sunday as well. And yeah, all the best with your studies. Emra, what is the woman's skull? Not quite sure what the question is. Fluxer, is this completely hand sculpted? Yes, it is. The entire model. I also have the muscles and all of that. Maybe once I'm done with the skeleton, I can show you that. But everything is sculpted on stream. Actually, it's been an ongoing project for a while, so a lot of work went into this one here. Small things here. There's a little bit here. Just a few areas where there are projection arrows. Adita, the stream is a bit delayed for me by like a couple seconds, so don't really know when you reply to something. Sorry for that. It's on YouTube's side, I would say. Stream. Oh, I forgot to change the setting for the latency. So it's probably like 10-20 seconds off. So I try to read the questions whenever I answer them. So Nikita, I must go. Thank you for stream. Thanks for joining. Hope you liked the stream, and I will stream the next time on Sunday, so around the same time. If you're interested in joining there as well, feel free to do so. Inazi, is there a way to restore a brush to default? My damn standard brush is acting up. You should be able to, when you hit B, you can say reset all brushes. And this should reset everything to the standard. What sometimes happens, what I found is when I lose pressure sensitivity and I don't know what's going on, I go to brush and then under tablet pressure, make sure that use global settings is turned on. Sometimes it happens that it's turned off, not quite sure what the reason for that is, but if it's turned off, then probably it's the reason why your brushes act strange. So, all right. Let's see if there are more. There are these small little holes that are really annoying. So let's try to mask this. And there we go. Oh wow. Totally overlooked this one here. Emra, would you show me the skull? I can do that in a second. Just give me a moment to go through the mesh here to check for artifacts. Just want to make sure that I'm done soon. But it feels like I am. So, goddammit, there's still artifacts here. Small one. Not quite sure where this is coming from, but it's quickly fixed. Polygon, what did you do with the small holes? I'm just smoothing the stuff out at the moment. So, and in this case here, for example, I'm masking the tips, inverting the mask, and then with a large brush just smooth it out. This is all fine. Yeah, it's a bit of stretching, but good enough. All right, I think it's time to clean this one up here. God damn it. So close. What's going on here? Drawer makes me think of the Skyrim skeletons. That's awesome. Project all looks good. Polygon. Oh, I see. Thanks. I saw the masking and then I blinked and it was fixed. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I'm just rushing through the stuff. So if there's anything unclear, like in this case, feel free to ask anytime. All right. So it seems like it's done. Let's just see when yeah, the level of detail is holding up. This is everything that I want. There are a few artifacts here. Quickly smoothed out. Nothing too dramatic. All right, I think I'm done. So this is all looking good. And Emra, I can show you the skull here. So let's hide actually everything that has nothing to do with the or that I already cleaned up, and I can show you the rest of the skeleton. Just for anyone that is currently watching, this is the end of the stream now, and as you can see, it is cleaned up. The mesh for the torso is one part now, finally, and I will do the rest of the skeleton offline, so not on stream, because as you can see, it's quite a time-consuming process. But yeah, I will prepare everything for next time for rendering, and yeah, I will also do the muscles so that all of that is included and prepared, hopefully all of that. So next time I can start with the, what do you call it, with the shader setup and the render setup and all of that. So yeah, and as a shameless plug at the end of the stream, if you want to support my work and help me continue all of that, and want to get access to reference libraries, our Discord channel, and to the livestream archive, you can check out the links in the description to my Patreon page. And I would appreciate any help, any support if you like that stuff. And yeah, if you are looking for a small community to share what you are working on as well, you can join there also. So Inazia, when it's finished, you should compare it to the old echorche you did, like place them next to each other. That's what I'm gonna do, for sure. And I'm really looking forward to preparing it for printing as well. I want to print it out similar to this reference figure that I got from 3D Total, just as my own personal reference figure. And yeah, still a lot to do, but hopefully more enjoyable stuff next time on stream. So yeah, thanks everybody that joined today. I hope it was somewhat insightful in for the process, how much back and forth there sometimes is, and that it's not so streamlined all the time. So yeah, thanks everybody for joining. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you have a great day or night or evening, morning, depending on where you are right now. And the next stream will be on Sunday, the same time as today, maybe an hour later. So wherever you are right now, 3 hours prior. So maybe I will see a few of you again on Sunday, and thanks so much for anyone that joined. So in Asia, thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for joining. Hope to see you next time as well. So take care everybody, and till next time.